geklebt? Ach so.
Findest du gut oder nicht?
Gut.
Sie wollten keine dicken.
Ich habe gesagt, okay.
Ja, okay. Ja.
Sie hat gesagt zuerst mal.
Ja, ich glaube, wegen ihres Laptops oder sowas. Ich weiß nicht.
Ah ja,
Jetzt.
deswegen hat sie ein bisschen Platz gemacht.
Ja. Hallo.
Okay. So machen? Fadia? Die Namen. Damit Sie alle wissen, wann wir anfangen und wann wir kommen und wann wir. Aber wir lassen das so. Ja. Gut. Kann man das gut lesen von Weitem auch? Guckst du bitte, Fadia? Weil wäre das umsonst dann.
Fehler. Ne? Avi Shlaim, Shlaim ist falsch
Ja,
geschrieben.
ja, ja. Kannst du mit ihm reden? Can you please SH. Ja, wir machen das. Okay, sehr gut. Ja, okay. So, ich fange jetzt an. Hallo. So, ich bin sehr froh, dass ihr alle gekommen seid, so in diese Menge. Es freut mich sehr. Vielen Dank, dass ihr gekommen seid. Liebe Freunde, liebe Freundinnen, liebe Brüder und Schwestern, liebe Freiheitsliebende, die heute dabei sind und die sich mit den Rechten der Palästinenser und Palästinenserinnen solidarisieren. Ich heiße euch herzlich willkommen zu unserer 6. Veranstaltung, die Gaza-Komitee seit ihrer Gründung organisiert. Wir haben heute 2 wichtige und namenshafte Gäste eingeladen, um bedeutende Vorträge zu halten. Ich bitte euch, mit mir Dr. Emilia Roig und Professor Avi Shlaim zu begrüßen. Willkommen. Die Veranstaltung wird von Laila moderiert. Willkommen, liebe Lara. Heute werden 2 Themen behandelt durch unsere geehrten Gäste. Das erste Thema beginnt um 16 Uhr. Leider, wir haben uns ein bisschen verspätet, aber das können wir dann korrigieren, indem ich etwas weniger rede. Das erste Thema hat den Titel Where Zionism Meets Racism, Antisemitism and Genocide. Das wird vorgetragen von Dr. Emilia Roig. Das zweite Thema beginnt 17:10 Uhr mit dem Titel Israels Genocide in Gaza. Wird vorgetragen von Professor Avi Shlaim. Die Veranstaltung wird aufgezeichnet, später veröffentlicht auf unser YouTube-Kanal und auf Instagram. Es wird auch einen Code geben für Livestreaming. Vielleicht wird das später gegeben. Livestreaming, Kaishiro? Livestreaming ist ready? Okay. Die Hauptsprache der Veranstaltung ist Englisch. Die Vorträge werden ins Deutsch dolmetscht. Dafür sorgen Frau Nicola Abbas und Herr Felix Pahl. Applaus für die beiden wunderbaren Dolmetscher. Danke Nicola und danke Felix. Danke dir auch. Ja. So, um eine bessere Dolmetschung zu ermöglichen, gibt es hinten 50 Kopfhörer. Sie liegen hinten, wo Mai und Sabine auch stehen, ganz hinten. Ihr könnt euch dann Kopfhörer nehmen, falls ihr das braucht. Es gibt über 50 Stück. Es gibt auch im Lobby das neue Buch von Avi Shlaim in deutscher Übersetzung. Der Übersetzer heißt Abi Melzer und ist auch draußen am Tisch und verkauft die Bücher. Und dieses Mal kosten die Bücher 20 Euro, ausnahmsweise. Die kosten normalerweise 24 Euro. So, vielleicht später könnt ihr auch Signaturen von Herrn Avi Shlaim bekommen, wenn ihr das Buch gekauft habt. Noch eine Ankündigung. Morgen am Montag wird eine Pressekonferenz mit Avi Shlaim geben im Haus der Demokratie zwischen 11 Uhr und 13 Uhr. Da wird es stattfinden. Die Adresse Greifswalder Straße 4 in 10405 Berlin. Im Lobby gibt es auch was Leckeres, palästinensisches Essen und Getränke und auch andere Sachen zu kaufen. Wunderschöne Sachen. Ich möchte auch einen wunderschönen Dank an Kaishiro und sein Team für die tolle und dauerhafte Unterstützung richten. Vielen Dank, Kaishiro. Wo ist er? Vielen Dank an das Team von Gaza Komitee und speziell an das Team der AG Aufklärungsarbeit Nakba 1948 für die Vorbereitung, Koordination und das Organisieren dieser Veranstaltung. Vielen Dank. Aber auch vielen Dank an das Boom-Team dieser wunderschönen Räume, die wir hier immer zur Verfügung bekommen. Ich wünsche euch allen viele interessante und informative Veranstaltungen heute und Free, Free Palestine. Nun bitte ich Frau Dr. Emilia Roig und Lara Laila auf die Bühne zu kommen.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. We have the pleasure of having Dr. Emilia Roig as an award-winning author and political scientist joining us today. Her work explores social justice, intersectionality, and systemic oppression. She is the author of the best-selling books, Why We Matter and The End of Marriage. In her lecture today, where Zionism meets racism, anti-Semitism, and genocide, Emilia will explore the complex and often silenced intersections between Zionist ideology, structures of racism, and the weaponization of anti-Semitism, as well as the realities of settler colonial violence. Her talk today will interrogate dominant narratives, ask us about liberation struggles, and connect and open spaces for critical reflection on justice, memory, and solidarity. Thank you, Emilia, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. I'm not sure if it's working. Can you all hear me? Yes, it's better. Okay, well, I want to reiterate all the thanks that Ziad expressed. I'm very happy to be here. I think it's so crucial that we still have spaces like these today in Germany. So thank you so much for showing up, for being here, and for organizing this event. So the title of my talk is Where Zionism Meets Racism, Antisemitism, and Genocide, the colonial heart of a liberation myth. And before I start, I think it's important to just tell you from which perspective I'm speaking. So I am speaking from a Jewish anti-Zionist perspective. My roots are from Algeria and also here, Poland and Germany. My father is Jewish. My mother is from the West Indies. She's from Martinique. So I'm a patrilineal Jew, which has been a reason, and a Black Jew, which has been a double reason to deny my Jewish ties and Jewish identity here in Germany many times. I want to also say that in these times, I think it's very important to center Palestinian voices, to center Palestinian perspectives. And when it comes to Zionism, I still see it as my responsibility as a Jewish person to debunk a lot of the myths around Zionism, simply because our identity, our history is being hijacked by this political project. There is a strong confusion about Zionism, and so this talk is about trying to shed light on the historical roots of Zionism, on the ramifications with racism, colonialism, and anti-Semitism. Zionism, especially here in Germany, is a very loaded word, and we will see that in a minute. And it's a grossly misunderstood and oversimplified concept. There are many Zionist currents. My presentation is not delving into all of them in detail. What I'm looking at, I'm not looking at cultural, political, and religious, also revisionist Zionism, although all of those converge to in a synthesis and refers to the dominant political concept of Zionism. So I'm really speaking about Zionism as it is understood, as it is practiced today. And I give you a definition of Oxford Dictionary, defining Zionism as a movement for originally the re-establishment and now the development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. It was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodor Herzl and was later led by Chaim Weizmann. So this is a very generic definition, but I think it was important for me to just lay the ground as well for what Zionism actually is. Sorry, I don't have my mouse. I just would need to get it from here. It is here. Zionism is defined by Wikipedia as an ethnic or ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in Europe in the late 19th century. And I think it's important to really refer to Israel as an ethno-nationalist state, and it's not an opinion, because I remember having an interview some months ago, and I was called out on calling Israel an ethno-nationalist state. It's not an opinion, it's a fact, right? That's basically the essence of what the state of Israel is. So aim for the reestablishment of a Jewish state through the colonization of Palestine, a region corresponding to the land of Israel in Jewish tradition, an area of central importance in Jewish history and religion. Following the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, Zionism became the ideology supporting the protection and development of Israel as a Jewish state in particular, a state with a Jewish demographic majority, and has been described as Israel's national or state ideology. So the racial and ethnic centering of Jewishness is also a fact and not an opinion. And most importantly, the fact that it's a project of colonization of Palestine is not an ideological question, but a very descriptive. And I will show you that in a minute. So in this presentation, I will look at three aspects, or I will link Zionism with three different concepts: the concept of racism, the concept of anti-Semitism, and the concept of colonization, and seeing how the link and the root, seeing how Zionism has the ties with each of these different ideologies or phenomenon, we can call them, has led to genocide. I am not going to spend so much time on genocide because we have the talk by Avi Shlaim later on, and I'm very looking forward to the conversation, but I wanted to lay the ground of Zionism as the ideology and the political project that has led inevitably to genocide. So let me start with colonization. This is an article from the New York Times on June 20th, 1899, where it is clearly said that Jews will colonize Palestine, or Zionists will colonize Palestine. And so it's important to give context to this because it was during the early days of Zionism that Zionist Jews often named their communal enterprises and also the communist-like enterprises, such as banks and land purchasing companies, colonial. Because at that time, it was fashionable in a time where the West was very civilizing the rest of the world and the global South, so it was not a word that was negatively connoted. But this civilization process often ended in genocides everywhere in the global South. So it means that colonization, or at least genocides and ethnic cleansing, have been an integral part of colonization processes. And Zionism is no exception. So at length, I would like you to refer to, or at least I would like to recommend the writing of Edward Said, Orientalism, where he delves into the question at length. But on the other hand, after World War II, the meaning of colonialism started to have negative connotations, like today. And ever since, Zionists have been very invested in cleansing the settler colonialism from their publications and from their PR. So I think it's really important to say that, because if we look at the origins of it, it was very clear, crystal clear, that it had to do with the colonization process, right? So here we have a book by a Russian Jewish agronomist, Selik Soskin, a book published in 1922, Intensive Kolonisation, essays and speeches on the question of the Jewish colonization of Palestine. So it was something that was more from a very practical agronomist perspective, but a lot of the political tenets were also covered in this book. We have other examples of headlines where the active colonization of Palestine was not hidden at all. It was actually part of the wider project, and I wanted to really mention those, or at least show those headlines in order to really make clear that the colonization aspect was very much part of the enterprise and was not something that was rejected at the time. So it's only after World War II, and progressively after World War II, not directly after, that we were in a situation where the colonization in the Zionist project was starting to be seen in a negative light. I have other examples here, for example, with the Jewish Colonization Association, which later changed names. So it was really, an institutionalization as well as colonization. Here we have the Jewish Colonial Trust, which was renamed after. So we really had a situation where the institutionalization of colonization was very present in the whole Zionist project. And here I have pictures of Jewish settlers in the 20s, also to relocate this project, not solely centered on the Holocaust. I think it's really important to understand Zionism as a political project that has spanned many years before and after the Holocaust, of course motivated by the persecution of Jews in Europe. This is, of course, what has driven the Zionist project in its origin. And it's important as well to understand that it's also a gross oversimplification to look at the Zionist project as primarily invested in rescuing the Jews and creating a safe haven for Jews. This is only part of the discourse. This is only part of the project. And that's why I wanted to expand a little bit on the other aspects of it. So here we have the pre-World War II first waves of Aliyah, first waves of colonization in the land of Palestine, in the historic land of Palestine. And here we have the main representation of Israel as, and this is what people see when we speak about Israel, when we speak about the colonization of Palestine here in this sense, what we see is, actually I don't need this, the colonization of Israel, we see, of Palestine, we see the images of Holocaust survivors coming to the promised land, coming to safety, and this is only one part of the story, but it has been very instrumental in legitimizing Zionism, in legitimizing the colonization of Palestine, to overemphasize this narrative, to overemphasize these images, and really represent the foundation of Israel as a foundation of a country that emerged only after the Holocaust. And so, did it have to do with the safety of Jews and with saving the Jews? Partially, yes, but not entirely. It was a wider project, and as we can see here, David Ben-Gurion said, if I knew that it was possible to save all the children of Germany by transporting them to England, so the Jewish children of Germany, and only half by transferring them to the land of Israel, I would choose the latter. For before us lies not only the numbers of these children, but the historical reckoning of the people of Israel. So really here we have the tension between safety and saving the Jews, because at the time it was also for the project, for the Zionist project to flourish, it was important as well to undermine the safety in other countries and the diasporic safety, for example, in the United States or in other parts of the world, right? And so here I have another aspect when it comes to, I've spoken about the colonization, and here, so about the fact that it was a colonial project. At the same time, I'd like to speak to the civilizing mission aspect of Zionism. So Theodor Herzl wrote in a letter in 1999 to Yusuf Ziya al-Qaidi. It was a letter that was meant to take away some of the worries that were expressed about the colonization of Palestine. And so Theodor Herzl wrote, who would think of sending Palestinian Arabs away? It is their well-being, their individual wealth, that we would increase in bringing our own. So here, first, when we see this quote, we think of something very benevolent, something that is inscribed in a positive, paternalistic, but nevertheless well-meaning and benevolent towards Palestinians. But what we can see is that this type of very patronizing, paternalistic, and civilizing, missionary type of statements have been accompanied with a lot of violence, because it requires the full submission of the people who are being colonized in this way to accept, to assimilate, and to basically kill any type of resistance to that type of colonization. And so here another quote, again by Ben-Gurion. He said, "The Arab community in Palestine is an organic, inseparable part of the landscape. It is embedded in the country." And we will see later on that it goes against the idea that Palestine was a land without people. So he recognized this, and it was in 1931. But later, not only recognizing their existence and the fact that their rights should be, or at least, that they are a part of the country, came as well the recognition that Palestine is not an empty country. On no account must we injure the rights of the inhabitants. So a very positive intention towards the Palestinians in 1918. So it was written after that, but I quoted the quote after simply because right after, in 1924, he says very clearly, "We do not recognize the right of the Palestinian Arabs to rule the country, since Palestine is still undeveloped and awaits its builders. So here, a very colonial trope of looking at the Palestinians as an underdeveloped people, just like the people of many African countries were considered to be underdeveloped and needing the saving from the white man, right? So if we look at the white man's burden, here it applies very perfectly to that situation. So using the same tropes, the same positioning as well as the European saviors who are going to civilize the land of Palestine. Yes, and so where did it come from? Or at least I want to mention a very important aspect of the colonization of Palestine, which is very rooted, deeply rooted in European colonialism, and that's the terra nullius principle, which is a legal doctrine that basically says that unless initially, right, a land that is not populated by Christians, understand white people, is free to seize. It's a land that is free to seize, and the people who live on that land, it's not that they do not exist really, but they're not considered as people, they're considered as nature, just like trees or animals on that land. And that was a principle that legitimized legally the seizing of the land of most of the countries of the African continent, of the Asian continent, and the South American continent. And so this principle was also used during the colonization of Palestine, which meant that the right to self-determination of Palestinians was stomped on entirely, that the right to self-determination of Palestinians was a very inexistent question, right? So if Jewish people's right to self-determination, the aspect that is mostly brought forward in defending the state of Israel and defending Zionism, eliminates that of the Palestinians, the process of enforcing that right automatically translates into oppression, ethnic cleansing, and ultimately genocide. And I think it's important to really realize that genocide is not just an occurrence, an accidental occurrence that happens in situations where people are very violent intrinsically. No, genocide and ethnic cleansing are constitutive of colonization. Because of this principle, terra nullius, but also more generally because seizing the land means as well erasing the culture. And it's not just a genocide or ethnic cleansing of people, but also of cultures, of languages. So it's accompanied of epistemicides, the erasure of entire cultures or the appropriation of culture. And we see that in Israel very clearly. Not only, aspects of the culture like the food as an example, but also names, also a lot of cultural aspects are part of this genocidal phenomenon. And so we come to a motto, a people without a land returns to land without a people, which has contributed to the gradual but very efficient erasure of Palestinians in Palestine, in historic Palestine. And so what does it mean? So we see that Palestinian dispossession and occupation are by design, meaning that it's not just that it happens because there's a bad government in place. It's not that it just happens because they happen to be right-wing or because they happen to be fascists. It means that what we have to deal with is a byproduct of Zionist ideology, of a Zionist political project, which in a sense is colonial. And it's been said again, like the fact that Zionism is colonialism is not an opinion. It's really like a fact. It's a historical fact, and I have given you here some proof of this. So Zionism in practice has resulted in massacres of Palestinian people, ancient villages and olive groves destroyed, families separated by checkpoints and walls, and an ongoing humiliation and human rights violation through violent occupation, discrimination, illegal detention, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and genocide. So here I'm going to give you some figures that are not actual. And we see the number, like the scope of the genocide that has been termed a slow genocide because it has been ongoing over decades. And it's the systematic aspect of the genocide of Palestinians is an aspect that is very normalized in the sense that it is also invisibilized, right? So the invisibilization and the normalization of the genocide of Palestinians go hand in hand. So here we can see those figures have tremendously increased. If we look at the past 2 years alone, it's almost impossible to keep track of them. And as we see, the number of casualties in the genocide is not really clear-cut. And I think in several years to come, we will come to the really to the actual death toll, which is impossible to imagine today. So we come back to the principle of terra nullius. We come back to the no right of self-determination. And here I'd like to quote something by Mahmoud Darwish, and he says, the Palestinians are the only nation in the world that feels with certainty that today is better than what the days ahead will hold. Tomorrow always heralds a worse situation. So I'm not sure if it's the only nation in the world, but what is sure is that he's right in saying that tomorrow always heralds a worse situation. So in face of this escalation, in face of the worsening of the situation of Palestinian people, I'd like to quote Assata Shakur, who says, where there is oppression, there will be resistance, right? And so it's the resistance that has led to an increasing of the violence, and the violence that has been constantly legitimized by the necessity of violence, the necessity of the use of force in order to ensure Jewish safety. We'll come back to that. And here at this stage, I'd like to mention a saying that says, wherever we live, that's our homeland. And that's basically a motto of the Jewish diaspora saying that statehood and nationhood is not something that is central to Judaism, and we'll come back to that later, understand its ties with racism. And so this Bundist poster really made it clear in 1918, basically to reiterate the understanding that this motto still holds true. And here, at this point, I'd like to mention, or at least it's a bit of a prophecy. And I think I want to take a bit of time here to read this prophecy by the Bund leader Heinrich Ehrlich, who wrote in 1938. What can a Jewish Palestine be in the best scenario? A small kingdom of a tiny Hebraist tribe within the Jewish people. When Zionists speak to the non-Jewish world, they are outstanding Democrats, and they present the conditions in today's and future Palestine as exemplary of liberty and progress. We see that today, right? The only democracy in the world, which of course it's not. But if a Jewish state is to be founded in Palestine, its spiritual climate will be an eternal fear of the external enemy, Arabs, unending fighting for every little piece of land, for every scrap of work against the internal enemy, Arabs, and a tireless struggle for the eradication of the language and culture of the non-Hebraist Jews of Palestine. Right? So I think here it's also important to look at the racialization processes within Jewish Israelis, and I'll come back to that in a minute. So it means the epistemicide is very much part of the Zionist project because there is no other way it can actually flourish. And then he goes on to ask, is it the kind of climate in which freedom, democracy, and progress can flourish? Is this not the climate in which reactionism and chauvinism typically germinate? The fact that the current government of Israel is a fascist, far-right government is not an accidental occurrence. It is a natural result of a Zionist ideology that needed to be practiced, right? It's the natural result of a Zionist project coming to a situation where it was no longer possible just with goodwill to be implemented. And then he finishes by saying, Zionism has transmogrified itself into being in an open alliance with our blood enemy, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And this is very important because we'll see as well the alliances with the anti-Semites. Zionism has practically always derived its inspiration from the persecutions endured by Jewish people, from political reactionism above all. Throughout the 40 years of Zionism's existence at the time, right? The following rule has practically always held. And here, be careful. The darker the world, the brighter it gets in the Zionist tent. The worse the worse for Jews, the better for Zionists. So I think it was important for me to quote that prophetic text in order to understand the link between Zionism and anti-Semitism. And there's one important part that is also mentioned in this text, but that is very, very fundamental to the idea of Zionism, which is the fact that Zionism and Judaism are being conflated, and it's part of a strategy in order to create a national identity that is undisputable, to advance the interests of the ethno-nationalist state of Israel, but also in order to have a lever, meaning anti-Semitism, because Zionism and the state of Israel, one of their main legitimations is the fact that there is anti-Semitism. And if the rest of the world is not safe for Jews, then that's how Israel becomes a very legitimate, necessary state. And so what is Judaism? Judaism is a 4,000-year-old diasporic religion with a rich racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity. And I would add to that Judaism has a profoundly subversive tradition that is not attached to concept of statehood, capitalism. So there has been a very important core in Judaism that is fiercely anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist. And this fringe of Judaism has been completely erased and vilified by Zionism. And what is Zionism? Zionism is a 19th century political settler colonial project and ideology. Again, this is not an opinion, this is a fact. And so equating Judaism with Zionism has meant the erasure of thousands of years of culture, of resilience, of diversity. And when we come to that situation where Judaism no longer really exists in and of itself, but is predated and even predated by Zionism, we come to a situation where anti-Semitism is really difficult to understand, right? It can be instrumentalized and weaponized constantly, and we see that today. But what is anti-Semitism? Anti-Semitism, like any other form of discrimination, needs to have 4 dimensions that are fulfilled in order to qualify as such. It needs to be structural, individual, institutional, and historical, right? So the structural aspect of anti-Semitism would be the material and statistical exclusions of Jews from public life, from spheres of power. But we rarely hear about the structural discrimination that is taking place here in Germany, and that mostly concerns anti-Zionist Jews, right? So anti-Zionist Jews do, in fact, experience structural discrimination here in Germany, but also in the whole of Europe, in the United States. It's still anti-Semitism, even if those people are anti-Zionist, right? So the exclusion from, or persecution and defamation campaigns, exclusion from certain offices, people losing their jobs, people being disinvited, not even being able to enter the country. If we look at, how many Jewish intellectuals have been banned from entering Germany. This is, I think, quite interesting when we understand it from that perspective as a structural anti-Semitic move, right, that is never recognized as such, because those Jews are being defined as, or are being portrayed as self-hating Jews that are themselves anti-Semitic, or their Jewishness, add to that they might not be white, is being denied, but even white Jews, their Jewishness is being denied by Germans who are not even Jewish. So the absurdity of it is actually quite striking. The structural aspect of anti-Semitism also represents the underrepresentation of Jews in spheres of power, right? Proportionally speaking. So here in Germany, again, that's the case. Why? Because most Jews have been exterminated from that country. If we look at the individual aspect of anti-Semitism, so it refers to hate speech, physical and verbal violence, and this is the aspect to which we'll come back. So this aspect of anti-Semitism is being I'll come back to that. Then we have the institutional aspect of anti-Semitism, which is discrimination entrenched in laws and institutions. And the historical aspect, of course, the legacy of past systems and events, historical continuity, aftermath of the Holocaust. And so now if I come back to the individual aspect of anti-Semitism, what we see is that we're in this situation right now, meaning that the historical, institutional, and structural dimension of, sorry, it's in German randomly, the dimension of anti-Semitism bears no weight in the current discourse. And there's an overemphasis on the individual aspect of discrimination, which emphasizes safety or subjective impressions of safety, right? In the aftermath of 7th of October, there were countless articles in newspapers registering anti-Semitism as people fearing for their safety without any acts of anti-Semitism actually taking place. So there was a whole discourse of emphasizing the lack of individual safety of Jews in Germany, which in and of itself is also an anti-Semitic trope, and I will come to that in a second. So this overemphasis on the individual dimension of anti-Semitism has had the effect of growing the ranks of Zionism and of legitimizing the existence of the State of Israel, the existence of the violence attached to the State of Israel, of legitimizing the violence inflicted onto Palestinians, but also here in Germany, the violence inflicted onto Palestinians here in Germany. So this violence is a transnational form of violence, all in the name of Jewish safety. And coming to this, as well, is the definition, the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, describing it as a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish and, Achtung, non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So it's very interesting that non-Jewish people, understand here white Germans who are Christians, can also be the victims of anti-Semitism, right? Because if they are Zionists and their views are being criticized, then they're actually being the victims of anti-Semitism. So here we have a very dangerous shift where the predation of Jewish identity goes as far as appropriating anti-Semitism, something that literally Germans almost they didn't invent it, but they really invented a new racialized form of anti-Semitism. And we see that this definition has led to the conflation again of Zionism and anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. For example, and they give examples as well on the website, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination is anti-Semitic. For example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So basically what I'm doing, according to this definition, could be termed as anti-Semitic. And this is where we need to disobey collectively. Because it cannot be that we decide to be silenced because of definitions of anti-Semitism, which literally have the effect of shutting down people in their very legitimate critique of the State of Israel, or holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the State of Israel. And here I'd like to pause for a second. It is exactly what Zionism is intending. It is exactly what Zionism is intending, because Zionism is conflating Jewish people with the State of Israel. So a natural reaction would be for people to say, okay, there's a state, and this state is the state of Jewish people, and all Jewish people support that state, and all Jewish people are of that state, because this is, the oversimplification that Zionist rhetoric and propaganda is propagating. So it means that, of course, there is an increase in anti-Semitism due to this conflation. So let's go back to let's come to the conflation of Zionism and Judaism. What does it do? So first of all, it increases anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic rhetoric and stereotypes, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of Israel, as an example. So it's also very much like a double constraint of saying, okay, this is really what we want to do, and at the same time, if you do it, you're the bad one. So it just keeps people in a state of status quo, of acceptance, and basically there's nothing right one can do apart from being fiercely Zionist in that sense. Then there's the politicization of Jewishness, mainly that the Jewish identity, the Jewish questions becomes automatically a political question. asking, for example, of anti-Zionist Jews, but of a lot of Jews, that there's no neutrality that is possible here. You cannot just be a Jewish person, for example, and decide to remain neutral in that question, because it calls you, as a Jewish person, to very clearly deconflate those two questions, right? It leads to a weaponization of anti-Semitism. We've seen that. I'm not going to spend so much time on this because this is the reality for the past decades. The marginalization of non-Zionist Jews and internal divisions. So again here, an anti-Semitic trope, like creating the good Jew, the bad Jew. The good Jew is the Zionist, the bad Jew is the anti-Zionist. The good Jew is the one that is being assimilated to a dominant discourse, and the bad Jew who's the one who's basically cutting with that narrative. And so the marginalization of non-Zionist Jews here in Germany has been done as well with this appropriation of the power of definition of who is Jewish, who is a bad Jew, who's a good Jew. So a very, very anti-Semitic trope that has never died here in Germany. Then the divide and rule between Muslims and Jews, because if you have a state that appropriates Judaism, then automatically, if this state is disenfranchising, brutalizing, genociding Arabs and Muslims, then of course it's going to create a divide and rule between Muslims and Jews. It's not something that can be ignored. Then the reinforcement of Ashkenormativity, so the putting Ashkenazi identity, Ashkenazi roots, Ashkenazi culture at the top of the hierarchy of Jewish identities, and it's also something that kind of also englobes and assimilates all forms of the whole diversity of Jewish identity. Then it generates philosemitic anti-Semitism. So this is one of the main forms of anti-Semitism here in Germany, because if you love Jews so much, you're very invested as well in saving them. So it's also something that relies on a hierarchy, that relies on a very static image of what Jewish people are and how Jewish people ought to look like, what Jewish people ought to think. So it's, again, a very patronizing, paternalistic stance that has nothing to do with true care for Jewish safety. And then the last one, the isolation of Jews and the denigration of the diaspora, right? Because if Zionism and Judaism are conflated, it leads to denigrating the diaspora, because the diaspora is a threat to the state of Israel, right? Because the diaspora is what weakens the demographic strength of the state of Israel. And so here, I've talked about that now, and I'd like to look at the concept of race within Zionism. And I think from a slightly different angle, because we understand very much the racial hierarchies that have led to the dehumanization of the Palestinian people, and more broadly to Muslims, not only in Israel, but also everywhere in the Western world, where the Zionist interests are being represented. We see that in Germany, meaning that the weaponization of anti-Semitism goes hand in hand with state violence against Muslims and the increase of anti-Muslim racism, not only rhetorically, but also physically. And so I'd like to go back to the roots of it and to understanding race within Zionism. So understanding race within Zionism, I'd like to first say that it's not, or at least it's a performative regulatory category and not just a descriptive one. Race is not just about identity, but it's a set of practices, of laws, classification, and violence, right? So it's not a side issue that is tied to culture, nationalism, and ethnicity. It is very central to the project of Zionism. And many times we treat it as something that is peripheral to the other questions, and that it's something that goes without saying, right? Just that as an nationalist state, race is also being essentialized, but it is not a side issue. It is foundational to how the state operates by racializing populations, by separating, excluding, privileging, and dispossessing. So it means that the oppression of the Palestinian people is entrenched in the concept of race and its interpretation and the practice of racialization. It's structuring law, violence, citizenship, memory, identity, as we can see, where the word Nakba, for example, is not even speakable in Israel. So that's a way in which race is being instrumentalized and foundational to the state of Israel. Israel uses forms of exceptionality, for example, emergency law, security logics, necessity, to justify its racial differential governance. By saying, okay, there's a threat and the threat is racialized, and so that's why we need these exceptions. We need the use of force. We need these security logics that are highly racialized. Then there's a racial stratification amongst Israeli Jews. We know that. For example, Mizrahi or Felasha or Yemeni Jews, even Sephardi Jews, there is a very clear hierarchy of a clear racial hierarchy that has been enforced. For example, I give just one example of the sterilization campaigns of the 90s towards Ethiopian women in Israel as one single example. There are countless examples of these racial policies. And the gendered and sexualized dimension of colonial and racial violence. So for example, and here, yes, it has to do with race, because the treatment of Palestinian women, for example, or the sexualist dimension of violence, as we can see, the mass rapes that are happening within the genocide, the role of gendered imaginaries, for example, the hyper-masculine Israeli soldiers and the feminized Palestinian figures, we'll come to that later, in justifying conquest, occupation, and suppression. And finally, a re-racialization process of Jews within Zionism. So I'm coming back to that because I think it's very important to really pose and understand the effect that this re-racialization process had and continues to have in Israeli society and in the relationships between Israelis and Palestinians today. So, Jewish people have been racialized gradually with a culminating point during the Holocaust. The racialization of Jews have constructed them as an inferior race that was subhuman. They were degenerate, nervous, and manly. So there was a lot of work in propaganda to really represent the Jewish people as an inferior people, but from many different perspectives. That was also quite unique to the Jewish people. And this in the sense that anti-Semitism really does have specificities that all other forms of racism also have, right? It's not to say, oh, all of them, the other types of racism are the same, just, no, the specificities are to be found in every form of racism. And so there was, and this is an important aspect of this feminized, weak, intellectual, parasitic, unfit for war, or important nationhood. So the opposite of the virile, rooted Aryan man, right? And so here I recommend the works of Sander Gilman, Daniel Bayarin, or George Mosse, who have shown that this feminization wasn't simply misogynistic metaphor. It was a racial code, right? So the Jew was womanly. In the same sense, the colonized, the homosexual, and the Oriental were womanly, right? So lacking self-mastery, virility, and sovereignty. So I think here the intersection of race and gender is so important in understanding the recreation of race. And here, so we have as well the new figure of, so the gradual assimilation to whiteness that happened after the Holocaust is something that was tied to the colonization of Palestine, because by becoming the European people coming to Palestine, this assimilation to whiteness was taking place in their positionality in the global order and in the global position, like racial positioning. But there was also a shift from the feminized and the weak Jew to the muscular, hyper-masculine Jew. And so Max Nordau's Muskeljudentum, so he argued that centuries of diaspora existence had deformed the Jewish body and the soul, and so the cure was physical regeneration through labor, sports, and military discipline. I don't know if it rings a bell. So a rebirth of the healthy, sunburnt, self-reliant Hebrew. So the new Jew of Zionism was to be a farmer, a soldier, a pioneer, so masculine, rooted, productive, virile, in contrast to the diasporic Jew who was portrayed as effete, intellectual, passive, and cosmopolitan. So, and here I'm going to show you an image of the propagandist Elvira Bauer, who was doing illustrations in 1936. She was a kindergarten teacher, if I remember well, and she was doing a lot of drawings for the propaganda, the very anti-Semitic propaganda. And so we had like those two images that were very separate from each other. On the one side, we had the Aryan and Fita Kappa and Fita Geist and Fita Kappa, and on the other side, we had exactly what I just described, the effete, intellectual, passive, cosmopolitan Jew, always reading books, but not really taking care of their bodies. So this image. And then after that, there was a reappropriation, and this shift has to do with the pressure of white supremacy, because when people are created as inferior, as subhuman, it is a natural thing to want to access to the superior norm instead of dismantling the norm itself. And this is what happened as well with the founding of Israel, meaning that this redefinition of Jewishness was part of a project of reclaiming humanity, because humanity was tied to this image, to this very masculine image of humanhood, right? And so after that, what we see is a shift, a complete shift, where it's really about creating like a muscular figure of the Jew that will erase or counterbalance this negative portrayal of Jewish men and the Jewish people as a whole, right? So this is what happened as well as part of the Israel, as the Zionist project. So the Zionist project was, the Zionist project was not only simply a political, cultural, economic project, but it was also a biopolitical project of racial re-engineering. So recreating or producing a new race of Jews that are fit for statehood. So here we also see the link between national states, nationalism, masculinity, and race. And I think it's so important to understand this, because once we understand it, we can understand that there will be no defeating the patriarchy. There will be no defeating capitalism. There will be no defeating racism without a full dismantlement of the nation state. Like, the critique of the nation state is so central to an anti-imperialist and anti-racist and feminist project, or imaginaries, utopia, as we can call them today. And so serving in the IDF embodies the muscular Judaism that is ideal by demonstrating physical strength and courage. And we have seen this as well in the past 2 years, like this, over-masculine representation, and seeing that if you're an IDF soldier, you get more women for yourself. Like, in and of itself, like, it gives you like some form of sex appeal. And so the Zionist discourse, of course, internalized these 19th century racial hierarchies. So the goal was to normalize the Jewish body and align it to the European ideal of white masculinity by, wanting to access to whiteness. And so the new Hebrew was constructed as white. So it means that this assimilation to whiteness had also a role in creating, or at least really dividing, the Jewish identity with the Arabic, even if there are Arabic Jews, but it shows as well, like the pressure to assimilate all Jews to the idea of whiteness, and Arabic people and Muslim people, right? And so in opposition, it was done in opposition to both the feminist diaspora Jew, so those who didn't join Israel, and the primitive Arab native, right? So Zionism racialized itself upward, aspiring to whiteness and European modernity, while racializing Palestinians downwards, right? So it means at this time, that, like, this process has been very, very, very central to Zionism, to the Zionist project. I recommend the readings by Ella Shoat, Ronit Lentin, Lior Stanfield, because they all have shown how this racialized transformation also produced internal hierarchies, as I showed, like, within Jewish society, right? So Mizrahi and Ethiopian Jews again Yemeni Jews that were later positioned as less modern, less disciplined, still too close to the Orient. Exactly the same hierarchies that we see here in Germany, right? So it's not coming from anywhere. And then it's no incidence if we see a tweet by Netanyahu himself in 2018 saying, "The weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive." So that's what you need to recognize here. So it could very well be, I mean, it's very reminiscent of, highly fascist, anti-Semitic, colonial discourse of the 19th century, right? And early mid-20th century. And so after 1948, so the figure of the Israeli Sabra, so the native-born Jew, became a new racial template. So something that had nothing to do with the Jews that were exterminated, right? So it was really an idea of completely separating from them. So again, tan, muscular, emotionally restrained, militarized. So the opposite of the imaginary of the ghetto Jew. Again, really like a complete shift in the racial construction of Jewishness. And so the racial soldier, again, played a very, very important figure of this new identity, of this new racial identity. So that's why the Israeli soldier is so central to the project of Zionism, because without its soldiers, Zionism cannot be maintained, simply because Zionism cannot be maintained without violence, force, ethnic cleansing, etc. And it embodies as well the national sovereignty, so the idea of, being worthy of having a nation, being part of, the superior race, because the people who don't have nations are colonized people. Okay, I'm coming to an end, and now understanding what the political support to Zionism is doing, and what Jewish safety in this sense is, what about Jewish safety? Because initially in the discourse around Zionism, this is all what we emphasize constantly, the safety of Jewish people, right? So besides the economic interests, the geopolitical interests, or the ideological interests, like what about Jewish safety? And here I'd like to understand what anti-Semitism within Zionism, or like what the role of anti-Semitism is playing within Zionism. Because there has been an appropriation, or at least a process of reenacting racial hierarchies within Zionism, but there has also been a process of reenacting anti-Semitic tropes within Zionism. So the first one would be the myth of ruthlessness and cosmopolitanism. So in this sense, the denigration of the diaspora and the idea that redemption comes from territorial rootedness, that the diaspora in itself is negative. So this is an anti-Semitic trope, right? So that's very anti-Semitic if you think of it. Then the second one is the isolation of Jewish people, seeing Jews as unassimilable, that need to be separated from the rest of the world. So the idea that Jewish people are being isolated through that. So this is an anti-Semitic trope again. Then the cult of blood, soil, and purity, so translated into the existence of an ethno-nationalist state. Again, here, anti-Semitic trope, very much so, right? I mean, part of a wider fascist ideology. Then the masculinization of the Jewish body, that's exactly what I just showed you right there. Then the civilization, savagery, binary, and the reproduction of Orientalist tropes. This is also part of anti-Semitism used within Zionism to justify violence towards Palestinians and all Arabs of the regions. The pathologization of the diaspora Jews. I come back to this because it's so important as well to understanding, like, that this isolation of Jews have played a very important role in really isolating Jews on the one hand, but also creating more vulnerability for them. And sorry, just one thing about the pathologization. And the representation of the degenerate diaspora Jews, it created new divides between Jewish people that actually were the divides between Jews and Aryans, right? So it's interesting to see that within Jewish society, this divide has been shifted. And then, of course, purging the Jewish question from Europe by sending all Jews away. And then Eurocentric racial hierarchies within the state of Israel. And so, important. This list doesn't claim Zionism as a whole is anti-Semitic and that it was like a bad intent, but rather that certain early Zionist discourses internalize anti-Semitic ideas, because this is what happens in white supremacy. You do internalize those hierarchies if you're not careful. And that had defined Jews through a European colonial and racial lens. So Zionism arose within that world, and in trying to reverse Jewish marginalization, often absorbed the logic of the very system that had oppressed Jews. So that would be like feminists, you know, like feminism and feminists saying, okay, we need to be like embody masculine, patriarchal aspects of our identity in order to no longer be seen as feminine. This is exactly what happened, right? And so we see this happening in every movements for liberation that actually fail to dismantle the system and instead assimilate. So Jews, yeah, exactly. And now, coming to an end, I want to really, again, say what anti-Zionism is, right? So anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. In fact, it's a very Jewish thing to do. Like being anti-Zionist is like one of the most Jewish things you can do if you look at a lot of the principles, including Tikkun Olam, and there's so many others, but Zionism is not in essence part of Judaism and part of a Jewish tradition, but I'm going to tell you what anti-Zionism is. It's the belief that the creation of the modern state of Israel and the movement to create a sovereign Jewish state in the region of Palestine was flawed and deeply unjust in several ways. It's the recognition that this injustice is part of the Zionist project. It's a rejection of the idea that liberation can be obtained through the subjugation of another people. You cannot obtain liberation by subjugating other people. And I think, thank you. I think it's so important because if I want to use the words of Audre Lorde saying you cannot dismantle the master's house with the master's tools, that's exactly the only quotation that we need in understanding that Zionism was not going to solve anti-Semitism. It was not going to solve the problem of Jewish safety. Anti-Zionism is embedded in a larger critique of nation states, borders, and land-based ethnic nationalism. I am emphasizing that point because if we really embody the critique of anti-Zionism, we cannot stop there. It means that we really need to critique the whole concept of statehood, of nation states, of borders, of the unspeakable violence that is attached to border regimes, of the unspeakable racism that is entrenched in the whole idea of borders and nation states. Anti-Zionism, thank you, is the recognition that Judaism is neither conditioned by nor limited to the contours of a nation state. Judaism is so much more expansive, so much more, the contours of a nation state are suffocating for Judaism. And I think it's important to each and every one of us like really be so invested in the deconflation of Judaism with Zionism. And then finally, anti-Zionism is rooted in an intersectional understanding of justice, equality, and liberation. I would have so many more things to say about this, but the time is ticking, so that's why I'm going to stop here. And I just want to finish by saying that in the context in which we're currently, it's more important than ever to understand that the fight for a liberated Palestine is never going to be stopped by a would-be ceasefire that is not even observed, and that it's not attached to a government. The liberation of the Palestinian people and the respect for their rights is not attached to any type of government in Israel. And right now, we see the tendency to overemphasize Netanyahu and his government, to overemphasize the role that he's playing, and that the goal is first and foremost to have a more moderate government in its place. In fact, that would be quite lethal because it would give the impression that the problem is solved, but never in the history of Israel has the Palestinians have the Palestinians lived free of systemic oppression, free of occupation, free of apartheid, free of discrimination and ethnic cleansing. So that's why the problem, the problem is not him. It's not his government. I mean, of course, they're enforcing Zionism with a lot of zeal and with a lot of violence. So of course, they need to no longer have this type of power. But the problem will not be solved if he leaves or if his government is leaving. The problem will be solved when Zionism as a concept is seen for what it is. And it's a very dangerous trap to believe that we could bring Israel to its democratic self, which it has never been, right? If we describe Israel or a democracy as a state that is respecting the rights of all the people living on its soil, we need to have a more ambitious definition of what a democracy is. So to finish, in order for justice to happen, or at least the goal and the compass that we need to have is justice. And once we keep justice and liberation at the center of all the endeavors for the movement for the liberation of the Palestinian people, can we reach peace, but not the other way around. Peace doesn't mean liberation. So we have to be very wary of what is sold to the general public as peace in the region. And if you want to further read on the topic, there are so many really, really great books. And I haven't mentioned the book of Avi Shlaim, who we will have a presentation right now, and I'm very looking forward to that. But there are other books that I would recommend. I put them here. 10 Myths About Israel by Ilan Pappé, Noam Chomsky and Ilan Pappé on Palestine, Wrestling with Zionism, Jewish Voices of Dissent by Nafna Levit. So it's not, I think a Jewish perspective and anti-Zionism is very important because the root of Zionism has been co-opting the Jewish perspective. And then other books that are very important and must-reads if you want to understand what's really happening in Palestine and really debunk Zionism is The 100 Years War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi and Palestine, a 4,000-year history by Noor Masala, and then The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. But again, I could have as well mentioned your book, Avi Shlaim. So thank you so much for your attention. I really look forward to the conversation, and Free Palestine.
Dankeschön, vielen Dank, Emilia, für diesen informativen Vortrag. Vielen Dank nochmal. Ich glaube, sie verdient nochmal Applaus.
Danke. Machen wir Q&A jetzt oder danach?
Vielen Dank, Emilia. So, jetzt, bevor wir in die Pause gehen, der nächste Vortrag wird mit Avi Shlaim. Wir machen erstmal 10 bis 15 Minuten Pause, dann kommen wir wieder hierher, um den Vortrag von Avi Shlaim zu hören. So, vielen Dank erstmal. Ihr könnt etwas trinken oder essen, aber kommt bitte pünktlich wieder rein. Dankeschön. Vika? Wo ist Niki jetzt? Vika und Niki, bitte, und Nika, könnt ihr bitte die...
Avi Shlaim was born in 1945 as an Arab Jew in Iraq. He is an emeritus professor of international relations at the University of Oxford and a fellow of the British Academy. He has written and edited more than 20 books, including Collision Across the Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement and the Partition of Palestine, The Iron Wall, Israel and the Arab World, and Three Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew. Today, Avi Shlaim will introduce his new book, a collection of essays gathered under the title Genocide in Gaza, Israel's Long War on Palestine. He will discuss Israel's ethnic cleansing of the West Bank, and that in Gaza, what we also see is not only ethnic cleansing, but a genocide. He will also critically examine Donald Trump's peace plan for Gaza. Thank you, Avi, for joining us today.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm most grateful to the Gaza Committee and especially to Dr. Ziad Musa for inviting me to Berlin. We live in a very dark age, an age of repression of all manifestations of pro-Palestinian sentiments. And we see this in campuses, we see this in the United States, we see the repression of pro-Palestinian protest in Britain. Recently, there was the banning of Palestine Action. It's now regarded as a terrorist organization. And I understand that there is deep repression of pro-Palestinian protest in this country. So I'm particularly grateful for the opportunity to come and address you and engage in a dialogue with you. I would also like to thank Abi Meltzer, who took the initiative in translating my book, Genocide in Gaza, Israel's Long War on Palestine. He both translated the book and he published it. So I'm very grateful to him for the German edition. The book is a collection of essays. Essays I have published in different places over the last 15 years, and I also wrote 3 essays especially for this volume. One on Benjamin Netanyahu's war against Palestinian statehood, one article or essay on green light to genocide, Joe Biden and the war in Gaza, And one essay that I wrote with a co-author, a former student of mine, Jamie Weiner, on Israel's road to genocide. There is a foreword to the book by Francesca Albanese, and I'm sure you all know who she is. She's the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the occupied territories. And she's a very outspoken champion of Palestinian rights and of human rights in general, and of justice. She's a passionate jurist who believes that justice for some is not justice for all. For justice to be justice, it must be the same criterion, justice for all. And so that's the foreword to the book. The coda to the book, at the end of the book, there is the speech. There is Blinia Ni Crawley. She's a brilliant Irish barrister, and she appeared with the South African delegation before the International Court of Justice to make the case that Israel is guilty of genocide. Her speech was half an hour, and it went viral. And she's a lawyer, I'm not, and she makes the legal case for genocide much more effectively than I can. I have to confess that I hesitated to use the term genocide in the title of my book. I published an autobiography, 3 Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, and I was highly critical of Zionism, especially in its treatment of the Jews of the Arab lands. My academic discipline is international relations, and much of my work was on the Arab-Israeli conflict, and clearly the Palestinians are the main victim of Zionism. But when I started writing my autobiography, I realized that there is another category of victims, much less talked about, and that's the Jews of the Arab lands. So in this book, I wrote, for all its sins, Israel has never been guilty of genocide. That's what I wrote. And even after the Israeli response to the attack on the 7th of October, I didn't immediately think, this is genocide. It took me some time. And the decisive factor was when Israel used starvation as a weapon of war. That was the clincher. Because if you are depriving people of food and water, you are starving them. If that's not genocide, I don't know what is. A number of Israeli experts on the Holocaust, notably Omar Bartov, have examined the evidence and concluded that this is a classic case of genocide. Genocide isn't just a legal concept. It is fundamentally about morality. Genocide is the denial of the right to exist of an entire human group, just as homicide is the denial of the right to live of individual human beings. And here is the fundamental point. The Zionist movement and Israel have never acknowledged that the Palestinians have national rights. And Emilia, in her illuminating talk, made this point, and she quoted from Ben-Gurion in the 1920s or the 1930s. And since then, the Zionist movement has never recognized national rights of the Palestinians. Even when the Oslo Accord was signed, the Palestinians, the PLO, recognized Israel's right to exist, but Israel only recognized the PLO as the spokesperson of the Palestinian people. It didn't recognize that the Palestinians have national rights. So this is the most fundamental point. In 1948, the convention was concluded, the Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This convention was concluded in order to prevent what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany. Today, the situation is reversed. One of the reasons that I hesitate to use the word genocide is that it seemed perverse to accuse the Jewish state of committing genocide. But the reality is that during the Second World War, the Jews were the defenseless victims of Nazi Germany. Today, it's the Palestinians in Gaza who are the defenseless victims of the Jewish state. The convention defines genocide. It says genocide is acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And there is a list of 5 acts that constitute genocide. 1, killing members of the group. 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. 4 is imposing measures intended to prevent birth in the group. 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. This is what Putin did in Ukraine. He transferred children from Ukraine to Russia. And that's why there is an arrest warrant from the ICC for Putin for war crimes. Now, to go back to Israel, Israel is indisputably guilty of the first 4 of these acts. Israel is not guilty of the 5th one, of transferring members of, transferring children of the group to another group. Not guilty. But Israel, that doesn't mean that children have been spared in Gaza. Israel has killed over 20,000 children. Israel has made 40,000 children orphans, meaning they lost one or both parents. And there is a new acronym, WCNSF, which stands for Wounded Children, No Surviving Family. In a real sense, this is a war on children. And in the book, there is a collection of photographs about children during the war in Gaza. The Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was a horrific attack, and I condemn it. I condemn it inasmuch as it killed civilians. It killed roughly 800 civilians and took 251 people hostage. Killing civilians is wrong, period. Killing civilians is an act of terrorism, whether committed by the military wing of Hamas or by the state of Israel. When Israel intentionally targets Palestinian civilians, that's an act of state terrorism. And most of the last series of Israeli military assaults on Gaza have been, for the most part, acts of state terrorism. So I condemn the Hamas attack, but I would add immediately that that attack did not happen in a vacuum. It happened in the context, and the context was 57 years of suffocating Israeli occupation and oppression. In the book, I tried to put this attack in its proper historical context. And because it's a book of essays, there is quite a lot of repetition. And the repetition occurs, and I make no apology for it, because in most of the coverage of this war, most of the coverage starts on the 7th of October. And the Israeli narrative never mentions what happened before. That's why I regard it as my duty as a historian to provide the context for the Hamas attack. My paradigm for analyzing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, like Emilia's, is that of settler colonialism. Settler colonialism. And the logic of settler colonialism is the elimination of the natives in order to take over the land and its resources. Noam Chomsky noted that the most extreme and vicious form of imperialism is settler colonialism. And the Palestinians for the last century have been at the receiving end of Zionist settler colonialism on the one hand and Western imperialism on the other hand. First under Britain during the British Mandate, and since 1948 with American imperialism. Settler colonialism operates by the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, of the native population. In 1948, during the war, 750,000 Palestinians, more than half the population, became refugees, and the name Palestine was wiped off the map. This is the Nakba, the catastrophe. But ethnic cleansing, the Nakba, is not a one-off event. It's a process. It's an ongoing process that reached its cruel climax in the war in Gaza and the parallel war on the West Bank, the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. The turning point in this century-old conflict was 1967. After the war, Israel became a fully fledged colonial power. My wife used to summarize decades of scholarship on this conflict by saying, for Avi, pre-67 Israel good, post-67 Israel bad. That's a gross oversimplification, and in any case, I no longer think that pre-67 Israel was good. But the June 67 war was also a turning point for me personally, because I served in the IDF in the mid-1960s, and I served loyally and proudly because at that time I believed in the justice of the Zionist cause. I believed that Israel, that we were a small, peace-loving country surrounded by nasty Arabs who wanted to throw us into the sea, and we had no choice but to stand up and fight. And my disenchantment with Israel began, it was very gradual, but it began with the 67 war, because it was plain that Israel is a colonial power. As you may know, I'm one of the so-called new historians, and which emerged in Israel in the late 1980s, and the original group included Ilan Pape, who I gather has been to speak to you, and Benny Morris. And in 1988, we all published books on 48, and collectively, we launched a frontal attack on all the myths that have come to surround the birth of Israel and the first Arab-Israeli war. So the debate revolved about 1948, and subsequently I've written The Iron Wall, which is a critical study of Israel's policy in the conflict with the Arab world from 1948 onwards. The updated edition of the book is 900 pages long, and I sometimes say to people, I give you two pieces of advice. One, don't buy this book, and two, if you buy it, don't drop it on your foot. My publisher is W.W. Norton in New York, and they approached 9 German publishers, and they didn't get a single offer for a German edition, so there is no German edition. I now want to turn to the history of Israel's conflict with Hamas, and I only have time for the main highlights, some of the most important points. So in 2005, the Sharon government withdrew unilaterally from Gaza. It claimed that this was a contribution to peace, but it was nothing of the sort. It was not negotiated, the result of negotiations with the Palestinian Authority, and it was not the first step in a process leading to a comprehensive peace. It was a unilateral move undertaken in what was seen as Israel's national interest. And it was Hamas that had driven Israel out of Gaza at that time. The Israelis claimed that they gave, by withdrawing, they gave the Palestinians an opportunity to turn Gaza into the Singapore of the Middle East. If you believe that, you would believe anything. In January 2006, there was an election, all Palestine elections, not just Gaza, but the West Bank as well. And Hamas won a conclusive majority, and it was a fair and free election that no one has ever disputed. Hamas won that election and proceeded to form a government. Israel refused to recognize the Hamas-led government and resorted to a series of measures to undermine it. The United States and European Union, to their eternal shame, supported Israel in refusing to, followed Israel's example, in refusing to recognize the Hamas government and in resorting to economic warfare to undermine that government. And they claim to be supporting democracy. And the hypocrisy reminded me of something that Bertolt Brecht said about the workers' uprising in East Germany in 1953. He said, if the government disapproves of the people, let the government dissolve the people and elect another. In March 2007, Hamas formed a national unity government with Fatah. It was a moderate government with technocrats, and it offered Israel negotiations on a long-term ceasefire, 10, 20, 30 years. Israel refused to negotiate about a ceasefire. And then there was a plot, as we know from the Palestine papers that were leaked, there was a plot to topple Hamas, and the participants in this plot were Israel, Fatah, America, and Egyptian intelligence. And there was a secret Gaza committee whose aim was to isolate, weaken, and eventually overthrow Hamas. And Israel and America encouraged Fatah to prepare a coup against Hamas, and it was this that forced Hamas to preempt the Fatah coup by seizing power in Gaza. In 1948, there were clashes. Hamas fired rockets on Israel. Israel retaliated. And Egypt brokered a ceasefire. The ceasefire was really effective. Hamas scrupulously observed it until Israel violated the ceasefire by a raid into Gaza, and which killed 6 Hamas fighters. Hamas offered to renew the ceasefire on its original terms. Israel refused, rejected the offer, and then launched Operation Cast Lead in December 2008. Israel violated this agreed ceasefire. And as far as I know, and I've studied the subject, every single ceasefire between the two sides was violated by Israel. Hamas has never violated a ceasefire. This was Operation Cast Lead, the first Israeli military assault on Gaza. There was the Goldstone report, about 500 pages, very detailed report, which said that this was not just an attack on Hamas, it was an attack on the people of Gaza, and the aim of that attack was to punish and terrorize the people of Gaza. And that's been the objective ever since, to punish and terrorize the people of Gaza, not Hamas. And I've written a paper which I submitted to the ICC for consideration of Israeli war crimes on Israel, Hamas, and the conflict in Gaza, in which I give a blow-by-blow account of all the successive Israeli mini-wars. Israeli generals call these assaults on Gaza mowing the lawn, cutting the grass. It's a horrific metaphor, because what it means is that attacking Gaza is a mechanical thing that you do every now and again, as you cut the grass in your garden. Mechanical thing. Every couple of years, you move in with a lot of force, you smash up the place, and then you withdraw. And of course, that doesn't deal with the underlying issue. The underlying issue is political. It's a political conflict, it's a political dispute, and there is no military solution to this dispute. But the Israelis just keep applying more and more brute military force. There is an Israeli saying, if force doesn't work, use more force. This is an asinine idea, because if force doesn't work, it's because it's the wrong vehicle for resolving the conflict. By my count, the current war is the 8th Israeli military offensive in Gaza. I now want to say something about Israeli politics. Israel is not a democracy. Even pre-1967, it's debatable, but I would argue that even before the occupation, Israel was not a real democracy. But it's indisputable that since 1967, Israel is not a democracy, it's an apartheid state. Another term to describe it is an ethnocracy, a regime in which one ethnic group dominates another. And like Emilia was quite right when she described Israel as an ethno-nationalist state, an ethno-nationalist state. The Zionist project is a racial project. Israel is officially a racist state. Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know of which is officially racist. There are lots of other racist members of the UN, but Israel is officially racist. And my evidence for that is the nation-state law of July 2018, which said Jews have a unique right to self-determination in the state of Israel. So there are two categories of citizens. There are Jews and there were Arabs, non-Jews, who were second-class citizens. Netanyahu's current government is the most right-wing, far-right, expansionist, overtly racist, and Jewish supremacist government in Israel's entire history. This is his sixth government, his sixth term of office, but this government is the most extreme of all previous Israeli governments, and it includes far-right religious fascists, religious Zionist fascists like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. Some people say that Netanyahu is a prisoner of his extremist ministers. I say no. Netanyahu is an extremist, and he shares their agenda. It's true that he prolongs this war for political and for personal survival, but he's fundamentally hostile to Palestinian rights and Palestinian statehood. So he's not a prisoner of his extremist coalition partners. The whole government is extreme, and his religious Zionist ministers, they make no attempt to conceal their aims. They hate Arabs, and they call for the ethnic cleansing of the occupied territories, and they openly declare that their ultimate aim is the annexation, the formal annexation of the West Bank. The guidelines, the policy guidelines of this government say that the Jewish people have an exclusive right to self-determination in the land of Israel. So it's much more extreme than the 2018 law, which said Jews have a unique right to self-determination within the state of Israel, whereas this government says the Jewish people have an exclusive right to self-determination in the whole land of Israel, which includes the West Bank. So this is a flat denial of any Palestinian national rights. Before the 7th of October, Netanyahu's line was, the Palestinians are defeated. We have won. The Palestinian Authority is weak. We have a completely free hand to do whatever we like on the West Bank. And Gaza is effectively contained within the prison. And Hamas runs Gaza. And Hamas was okay for him as long as it didn't threaten Israel's security. And he was very happy for Qatar to bankroll Hamas and its government in Gaza until the 7th of October. Another important element of his foreign policy was the Abraham Accords. Donald Trump, in his third term in office, brokered the Abraham Accords between 4 Arab states and Israel. These accords were along the lines that Netanyahu wanted, which was peace without Israel, with the Arab states, without any concessions on the Palestinian issue. So the Abraham Accords were a betrayal by these Arab states of the Palestinians. And it was a stab in the back to the Palestinians. And I don't regard the Abraham Accords as real peace accords between nations. I regard them as transactions between authoritarian Arab rulers and an apartheid state. Trump and Biden before him put very heavy pressure on Saudi Arabia to join the circle of the Abraham Accords. And there was a peace treaty between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which was ready. It only remained to dot the I's and cross the T's. That's when the Hamas attack happened on the 7th of October. And one of the aims of that attack was to make the Saudis stop and think again. And indeed, the Saudis suspended the negotiations on a peace treaty with Israel. The attack sent a very strong message to say that the Palestinians will not be sidelined. The Palestine issue would not be taken off the international agenda. Resistance will continue to the occupation despite the collaboration of the Palestinian Authority with Israel. So on the 7th of October, Netanyahu's entire policy collapsed. And the response was a response to the collapse of his earlier policy. And this is the longest, the deadliest, the most ruinous war in the entire history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. The fact that atrocities were committed in this attack by Hamas and the other groups doesn't justify the Israeli response. The Israeli response had to be within the limits of international humanitarian law, and it clearly isn't. I believe that the government deliberately exaggerated the atrocities, and Israeli propaganda didn't just exaggerate what happened, but also fabricated stories like the story about the 40 beheaded children, babies, in order to magnify the trauma, in order to justify the response, the vicious response. The Western media gave the Western media only reported the Israeli narrative of this conflict. The BBC in particular has been almost a spokesperson for Israel. It gave no voice to the Palestinians. But there is a Hamas narrative which has not been reported in the West. And the Hamas narrative says that clear orders were given to the fighters not to harm civilians. They realized that things got out of control, that atrocities were committed, but these were violations of the orders. I don't accept this claim because the Hamas fighters had mass of kibbutzim. If they were going into a kibbutz, it meant they meant to harm civilians. So I don't accept this Hamas claim. But the Hamas narrative says we are prepared to have an investigation by the International Criminal Court or any other independent body as to what happened. This is in contrast with Israel, which doesn't allow any journalists into Gaza and refuses any impartial international investigation. This war has been horrific. The IDF has killed 67,000 people, wounded more than 170,000. The IDF committed domicide, which is the destruction of houses. 92% of the residential buildings in Gaza were damaged or destroyed. The IDF committed econocide, destroying the economy. Ecocide, destroying the environment. Prior to 7th of October, 40% of Gaza was farmland. Today, only 1.5% of agricultural land is accessible and undamaged. The IDF has also carried out another crime, medicide, the assault on the medical services in Gaza. Israel damaged or destroyed 31 out of 36 hospitals and much of the rest of the health system. The usual claim is that they housed Hamas fighters. There were Hamas command and control centers. There is no evidence for this. On the other hand, we have plenty of evidence that Israel uses human shields. And this war also involved scholasticide. This is of particular interest to me as an academic. Scholasticide is the systematic destruction of the educational system. Here, Israel destroyed 512 schools and all 12 Gaza universities. So it's real scholasticide, and on top of that, there is cultural genocide. Israel has bombed mosques, libraries, archives, bookshops, cultural centers. This is cultural genocide. In short, in Gaza, Israel has destroyed everything that makes a group into a group. I only have a few minutes left, so I was going to talk about the American role in all this, because it's crucial. It's American imperialism and Zionist support for Zionist colonialism. And I was going to talk in some detail about Donald Trump's so-called peace plan for the Middle East. And it's not a peace plan, it's a plan for Gaza. It provides for a ceasefire, for an exchange of hostages and prisoners, and for the renewal of humanitarian aid. All three are very, very welcome, but there is no prospect of a political solution to this conflict. The plan is to have an international board chaired by none other than Trump, with people like Tony Blair and Jared Kushner on it, and then a group of non-political Palestinians who would be stooges, they would be collaborators. So it would be a master-slave relationship, and it's the beginning of a new colonial era in the Middle East. And in his speech to the Knesset, Trump tried to legitimize Netanyahu. Netanyahu is subject to an arrest warrant for war crimes from the ICC. Trump sanctioned the chief prosecutor and the judges of the ICC because of the arrest warrant against Netanyahu. And in his speech, and Netanyahu also stands trial at home for bribery, corruption, and breach of faith. And Trump appealed to the Israeli courts to acquit Netanyahu. There is still much talk about the two-state solution, but the two-state solution is just a phrase. It's completely meaningless. It's empty words. It's kalam fadi. And it's become fashionable to talk about the death of, to say that the two-state solution is dead. I'm tired. It was killed by Israeli settlement, Israeli expansion. The two-state solution doesn't exist as a realistic possibility. And I'm tired of saying in English the two-state solution is dead. I have a German former student who is my research assistant, so I asked her, how do you say that in German? And the only phrase I know in German is, Die Zwei-Staaten-Lösung ist tot. The only solution, the only democratic solution, the only solution from the beginning of this conflict would have been one state, or rather a binational state with equal rights. The summer before last, there was an encampment and protest in Oxford by the students. I supported the students all the way and spoke on the media in support of the students against the university authorities. And the students gave me a T-shirt with the logo of the university, and it says, "From the river to the sea." And I wore it proudly, and they put it on their social media. But there was one report about, a Jewish-American report on anti-Semitism on British campuses, and it focused on Oxford, and it focused on me. And a journalist asked me, why do you say from the river to the sea? Because that's a call for the violent destruction of Israel. And I said, no, when I say from the river to the sea, I mean freedom and equality for all the people who live in this space. The war in Gaza is not a war by Israel against Hamas, or a war by Israel against the Palestinians, or a war by Israel against the Arab world. It's a war by Israel against humanity. And this war, this government, and this war is also a threat to Jews who live outside Israel. Netanyahu claims to represent world Jewry, but he has no mandate to represent anyone except Israelis. And Israel's actions in Gaza and the genocide have led to a massive upstick in anti-Semitic episodes. I know this in Britain in particular. So more and more Jewish groups around the world are organizing themselves, dissociating themselves from Israel and saying, not in our name. As Emilia pointed out, there's always been a link between anti-Semitism and pro-Zionism. Theodor Herzl wrote in his diary, the anti-Semites will be among our strongest supporters. And you can see the link today. Netanyahu's best friends are the anti-Semites like Viktor Orban. May I have one more minute? I am Jewish. The core values of Judaism are altruism, truth, justice, and peace. The Netanyahu government is the antithesis of these core Jewish values. The essence of Judaism is non-violence. This is the most violent government in Israel's history. There is a new book which I haven't read. The title is One Day Everyone Would Have Been Against the War in Gaza. One day everybody would have been a war in Gaza. But we are living in the present, and it's important for everyone not to sit on the fence, but to declare where they stand. And there is absolutely no doubt about where I stand. So I'd like to conclude by reading the last paragraph in the epilogue to Genocide in Gaza. Quote, as a Jew, I feel I have a moral duty to stand up and be counted, to speak truth to power, to denounce the Netanyahu government in the strongest possible terms, and to stand by the Palestinians in their hour of need. This collection of essays is my modest personal contribution to the fight against Zionist fascism and the struggle for justice for the oppressed Palestinian people. It is grounded in the conviction that the only democratic solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is one state from the river to the sea with equal rights for all its citizens, regardless of religion and ethnicity. Long live Palestine.
Dankeschön, Avi. Dankeschön. Thank you very much. Please. So, ich bitte euch um großen Applaus. Dankeschön, Avi. Please. Okay, jetzt kommt die Pause, die große Pause. Aber wir treffen uns wieder um Was habe ich geschrieben? 19:30 Uhr. 19:30 Uhr. Okay? Und danach werden wir Paneldiskussion machen mit Avi Shlaim und Emilia Roig. Und natürlich Lara Laila wird moderieren. So. Und ihr könnt vielleicht bis dahin eure Fragen stellen, weil danach werden wir Fragen und Antworten vom Publikum haben. Okay? Wir sehen uns dann. Tschüss.
After the panel discussion.
After the break is the UT.
After the break. Okay, okay, okay.
كل انت هلا كم الساعة بالضبط هلا؟ معك ساعة ونص صارت؟ Ja, hallo. Hallo. So, es geht weiter mit dem Programm. Und mein Freund Bakker möchte 10 Minuten vielleicht mit Oud spielen und dann fangen wir mit den Fragen und Moderation mit Avi Shlaim und Emilia Roig. So, Bakker, bitteschön. Danke, Bakker, dass du gekommen bist. So, Dankeschön, Bakr, für dieses wunderbares Spiel. Okay, jetzt bitte ich die Gäste, Emilia Roig und Avi Shlaim mit Lara. Lara, meine ich, wo ist sie? Da. Bitte schön.
Okay. You can already go. Yes. Dankeschön. Ich brauche. Yes. Das von mir. Ja. Yes, you can sit here. Yeah. Great. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for joining us in this critical discussion on Palestine, colonialism, and resistance. My name is Lara Laila, and I have the pleasure of hosting this discussion today. Today, we are pleased to host two renowned scholars and activists, Emilia Roig and Avi Shlaim. Our discussion will be structured around three key pillars. Firstly, the long-standing settler colonial violence. Secondly, propaganda, racial dehumanization, and impunity. And lastly, pathways to liberation. After that, we will take questions from the audience. Avi, I would like to start with you, and I would like to refer to your memoir, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, to help the audience to get to know you on a more personal level. You described how growing up in Iraq, you saw yourself primarily as an Arab Jew, speaking Arabic, enjoying Arab cuisine, and sharing an Arab identity, just like other Arabs who were Christian or Muslim. But after your family immigrated to Israel in the 1950s, you faced discrimination from Ashkenazi Jews. You were forced to culturally assimilate, erasing that identity through a process you called social engineering, which is also something we heard in your talk, Emilia. Given this, do you think that Zionism, which seeks to replace diverse Jewish identities with a more settler colonial European form, is actually inherently anti-Semitic?
Thank you for this question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My background affects my views when I grew up. And the formative period was in Baghdad. My book is called 3 words, Memoirs of an Arab Jew. And the 3 words are Baghdad, where I lived up to the age of 5, Israel, where I went to school from 5 to 15, and London, where I went to school from 15 to 18. And the narrative stops when I was 18, but there is a long epilogue on the evolution of my thinking on Israel and Palestine to this day. There is an Arabic version, an Arabic edition of this book, and it aroused a lot of interest in the Arab world. Why? It's because any Arab born after 1948 wouldn't have any experience, probably not have any notion that once upon a time the Middle East looked totally different. It's the rise of Israel that was the main divisive and destabilizing force. My family and I lived in Baghdad. We were Iraqis. The Jews had deep roots in Iraq, 2.5 millennia. The Jews were in Iraq long before the rise of Islam in the 7th century. So we were not outsiders. We were Arab Jews. We spoke only Arabic at home. And our culture was Arab culture. My parents' music was a nice blend of Arabic music like the oud that we just heard, and Jewish music. And we were not a problem. Iraq was a mosaic of minorities, and the Jews were one minority among many. And there was a long tradition of religious tolerance between the minorities. Iraq, Europe, Germany had a Jewish problem. In Europe, the Jews were the other, and they were symbolic of the other. Adolf Hitler had a solution to the Jewish problem. It was the final solution. Iraq didn't have a Jewish problem. We were just one minority. And indeed, the Jews in Iraq, we had much more in common culturally and linguistically with Muslims and Christian Arabs than we did with Jews from Eastern Europe. And there were thriving Jewish communities throughout the Middle East, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Egypt, in North Africa. And this all disappeared after 1948. In 1950, there was 135 Jews in Iraq. 125,000 ended up in Israel, mostly, as in our case, against our will. We were conscripted into the Zionist project. Today, there are only 3 Jews in the whole of Iraq, and there are only 3 Jews in the whole of Egypt. So the establishment of the State of Israel led to the uprooting of these thriving Jewish communities. And Israelis really dislike the term an Arab Jew. They say it's a contradiction in terms. It's ontological impossibility. If you are a Jew, you can't be an Arab, and if you are an Arab, you can't be a Jew. Well, I beg to differ. And it's not for them, but for me to define my identity. And my first identity was that of an Arab Jew. So the narrow definition of an Arab Jew is a Jew who lived in an Arab country. And we are a dying breed. I'm 79. I left Iraq when I was 5, but I'm a Jew who lived in an Arab country. For me and my family, Muslim-Jewish coexistence wasn't a distant dream. It wasn't an abstract idea. It was the everyday reality. That was the face of the Middle East before the emergence of the State of Israel. And Israel has never wanted to be part of the Middle East. And today, as we have seen in Gaza, it's a deeply divisive and destabilizing force.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. I think it's imperative for the audience to understand it's not just about freeing Palestine from Zionism, but liberating Judaism from Zionism, so that this is no longer so interconnected and that there's also freedom from this. So thank you for sharing that. Emilia, I wanted to ask you, based on your talk, when you look at different concepts that exist, Hanan Ashrawi, a prominent Palestinian scholar and activist, coined the term ongoing Nakba, which you also referred to, that now we see a full-blown genocide, but this is a slow genocide that was happening before 2023. She describes the ongoing Nakba as a relentless violence and dispossession that Palestinians face under settler colonialism. And Avi, you mentioned in your talk today that Noam Chomsky observed that settler colonialism is the most extreme and sadistic form of imperialism. The hallmark of settler colonialism is ruthlessness and the complete disregard for law, justice, and morality. So considering your work, Emilia, on intersectionality and systemic injustice, how do you situate the Palestinian struggle for liberation with other struggles for resistance and for liberation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, yeah, it's linked to all other struggles of decolonization and all other anti-imperialist struggles, anti-racist struggles. I think, I highlighted the link between gender and race in the presentation to also show that this is a feminist issue. Not so much as, it's being represented, because a lot of people don't really see the link between the patriarchy and Zionism, but the fact that Zionism is a militarized state that really emphasizes on violence and on the subjugation of another people is a patriarchal trait. So the patriarchy doesn't have, or at least the fact that it's linked to a patriarchal issue or to a feminist issue doesn't have directly to deal with, and it does, right? It does also speak to the position of women within Israeli society, as well as outside. The idea of pinkwashing and that the Israeli state is a state that has overcome the patriarchy is also a tool of the propaganda, of the Zionist propaganda. But I think what's important is that a lot of, especially here in Germany, the bulk of the feminist movement, the so-called feminist movement, and also partly there have been separations as well within the anti-racist movement, where the issue of Palestine, because it is such a contentious issue here in Germany, hasn't been included the way it ought to be. And we've seen a separation, or maybe a lack of solidarity with the Palestinian cause all across those movements. So a lot of divisions have emerged. And what I've seen is that decolonization has been a very fashionable word. You've heard it in all of those movements. It's been very, very hip to speak about decolonizing. Every artist in their work are speaking about decolonizing. But when it comes to decolonizing from the material and current reality of decolonizing, there's no one really linking it to that very specific issue. And so we see decolonizing as almost like a romantic process that happened in the past, and something that is used as a discursive, a rhetorical tool to make certain words, like to create the belonging to a certain, to a performance, so to say. And so in that sense, yes, the Palestinian cause is linked to the genocides of Congo, to the genocide of Sudan, to the genocides of Myanmar. I mean, it's an issue that is really linked to other issues, because it's rooted in white supremacist imperialism at its core, white supremacist capitalist imperialism.
Thank you. You both in your talks also mentioned the gravity of the destruction, that it is a genocide, but you also both introduced additional vocabulary like domicide, the destruction of housing, econocide, the destruction of the economy. One concept we haven't discussed yet is politicide, which is a process that has as its ultimate goal the dissolution of the Palestinian existence as a legitimate social, political, and economic entity. The idea is to make the Palestinians so vulnerable, divided, and exhausted by the struggle for physical survival that they would cease to constitute a coherent political community capable of asserting its right to sovereignty. Avi, could you explain this further, this complete level of destruction, which we haven't seen only now, but since 1948?
The term politicide, the term politicide is an invented term. You wouldn't find it in a dictionary. It was coined by the late Israeli sociologist Baruch Kimmerling in a book, Ariel Sharon and the Politics of Politicide. And Ariel Sharon was prime minister from 2001 until 2006. And he didn't believe in negotiations, or he didn't recognize any Palestinian national rights Emilia said, going back to Ben Gurion, and I said, that's a key point. The Zionist movement denies any Palestinian national rights. Sharon was an extreme example of that. And Sharon boasted that in his 5 years as prime minister, there were no peace negotiations. He boasted that there were no talks. So for Sharon, the Palestinians were terrorists, and he conducted a war on terror. And you read the detailed definition of politicide. In simple language, and the key to politicide is to deny any independent Palestinian existence in Palestine, to deny any independent Palestinian existence in Palestine. That's the key to Israel's policy then and to Israel's policy now. To say the Palestinians have no rights and they are not entitled to independence. They can live there on the West Bank and in Gaza under Israeli rule, and if they don't like it, they can leave. And the Oslo Accord was considered a turning point in the history of the conflict. People think that Israel recognized Palestinian national rights, and Oslo was just the first step. But as I said in my talk, Israel, even in Oslo, didn't recognize that the Palestinians have political rights. And Israel exploited the Oslo Accord not to end the occupation, but to repackage the occupation in a way that it was profitable to Israel. So that's the key point about politicide, to say there is only one polity, and it's Israel. And the Palestinians are a nuisance and will make life really uncomfortable for them, so they would leave the West Bank. And now it's not just making life uncomfortable, there is settler violence on the West Bank with the encouragement of the government and with the protection of the army. So Israel is carrying out the ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
Yeah, and I think this brings us to our second pillar of the discussion, propaganda, racial dehumanization, and impunity, because you also pointed out in your book that with very few exceptions, the Israeli society perceives itself as the victim. So Norman Finkelstein argued that this narrative of exclusive victimhood is cultivated specifically for political ends, with the Holocaust exploited to emphasize its uniqueness and now portray the perpetrators as victims. So how do you think this victimhood narrative can continue to exist, or it continues to exist now, given everything Israel has done, given the war crimes and the genocide?
Side by side with the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, there's been the propaganda war. And the Zionists have in the past been quite skillful in the propaganda war. The Palestinians had a very strong cause, but poor spokespeople. The Zionist movement had a very weak case, but very brilliant spokespersons like Chaim Weizmann. And Israel is addicted to the victim narrative. Israelis see themselves as the victims of Palestinian Arab hostility. As I said, when I was a soldier doing national service, I was indoctrinated in this belief that we are on the defense, we are threatened, our survival is threatened. We are fighting for our survival. But this was never the case. The Palestinians were always the victims of the Zionist project over the last century. But for propaganda purposes, victimhood was an important tool because it puts the blame on the other side. It amounts to, and this is the title of a book that Edward Said edited, blaming the victims for their own misfortunes. So Israel inflicts injustice and misfortunes and suffering and now genocide on the Palestinians, but they are blamed for everything. Now, look at the balance of power between Israel and Hamas. Netanyahu says Hamas is an existential threat to Israel. How is Hamas an existential threat to Israel? The asymmetry of power. The asymmetry of power is so huge, so huge. And it's this asymmetry of power that enables Israel to dictate and look at the Israeli army. It's the sixth most powerful military in the world. It's got the most advanced aircraft, warplanes, F-35s. And Israel uses this air force to rain down death and destruction on Gaza, day in and day out for 2 years. Israel says it's defending itself. It's exercising the right to self-defense. Dropping a 2,000-pound bomb on an apartment building is not self-defense. In this war, as you quoted Noam Chomsky, settler colonialism is the most extreme and vicious form of imperialism. We've never seen such a degree of viciousness in the IDF as we see today. And Israelis cling to the fiction that the Israeli army is the most moral army in the world. So more moral than the Norwegian army or the Swiss army. It was never the most moral army in the world. But today, I think it's got a fair claim to be the most vicious army in the world.
Thank you.
Can I add one more point about Gaza? A leading expert on Gaza is Sarah Roy. Sarah Roy is the daughter of Holocaust survivors, and she's a scholar at Harvard and a good friend of mine. And she's written 5 books on Gaza. The first book was called The Gaza Strip, a study in de-development. And the thesis is that Gaza is not backward and poor and impoverished because of objective conditions, but because of systematic Israeli policies of preventing any development in Gaza. So, but now Israel has gone a further step beyond ethnic cleansing to actually committing genocide in Gaza.
And now with this happening as well, public opinion is slowly starting to shift. You also mentioned in your book that Netanyahu did not become Israel's longest-serving prime minister by standing apart from Israeli society, but by embodying it. So also wanted to refer back to you, Emilia. We've seen now that in countless videos, Israeli soldiers are committing atrocities, stealing aid, mocking the killing of Palestinian women and children, and openly calling for total annihilation. And statistics show that 64% of Israelis believe that there are no innocent people in Gaza, 79% are untroubled or only slightly troubled by Gaza's famine and suffering, and 82% support the forcible expulsion of all Palestinians from Gaza. So essentially what we see is a clear majority of the Israeli society are condoning genocide and ethnic cleansing. I wanted to ask you, how do you see that in terms of the Israeli society? After they have committed a genocide in front of the eyes of the world, how can they come to terms with themselves afterwards? Do you think that there's any guilt or shame?
In Israel, I really make a difference between Israeli society and the diaspora at this point, because we have to do it because of Zionism. And within Israeli society, I don't think we're at a point of guilt at all. We haven't reached that point. We're in a point of either denial or condoning. And that's a weird combination between denying that things happen. So they deny the killings constantly. They deny that genocide is happening. They deny oppression. They deny the fact that it's a settler colonial land. So there's a lot of denial happening. And at the same time, standing entirely behind those actions. And this is not, it's the doing of decades of indoctrination, because we have to understand this, the colonial project of Zionism as a project that was also ingrained in cultural institutions, in public education, beyond the Israeli state, but also within the diaspora. I grew up in France, and I've been indoctrinated to a certain extent. So I come from a family that was, I think represented not more or less Zionist than I would say the majority of Jewish people. But it was clear for us, okay, the Israeli state is a necessity because Jewish people are encircled by people who are anti-Semitic, and so there's a need to protect themselves, and so that's a necessity. So this victimization and victimhood narrative was very present. And so I can only imagine if me, in France, not even within the Israeli state, I had to debunk that ideology for myself. It didn't take me so long, but I had to do it. And so the people in Israel grow up with that idea and are being indoctrinated in on the one hand, the dehumanization of Palestinians, because that's necessary. So that's why you can have a country where people are not considered as people, but as human animals, where children are not awarded the status of children, of vulnerable, helpless human beings, but as threats. And so it gives birth to a society that condones the killing, the mass killing and the genocide of an entire population under the guise of protection and safety. And so this collective egocentrism that Israeli society is prone to is the direct result of Zionist ideology, because it rests on the idea Zionism cannot exist without anti-Semitism, cannot exist without eternal victimhood, because otherwise there would no longer be any legitimation for the state of Israel attached to the inherent force that it applies to Palestinians within its borders and beyond, right? So that I think it's so important to see that in light of this, and that it's not just something that happens within Israeli society. It's not something that is out of ignorance, because people know what's happening, right? I mean, we were talking about that yesterday at dinner, and you were like, but I don't understand, because they see the news, they're not a closed society, it's not North Korea, but it has to be put in perspective with the indoctrination that starts very early on, and with the strong militarization of the state and the identification with this soldier figure, the defense, like defending the land, attached to this new racial identity that has been crafted and engineered by the state of Israel, by Zionism, namely the muscular Jew that is inseparable with the the aspect of victimhood, right? So it's a kind of a wounded masculine figure that has been a victim and that is currently sort of rehabilitating, his identity or status and personhood.
And you also mentioned here dehumanization, and this is always the first step. We've seen this. Thank you. The first step, you also mentioned dehumanization. So this is the first step we've seen in history, and now as well. We've seen it in the Holocaust. This is the first step. In order to get approval, you have to firstly dehumanize the population. So why do you think that now, as well in the current century that we are in, people are still falling for these deeply racist tactics of dehumanization?
Because it's part of a wider system, so I have to take a step back from it and understand that dehumanization is the belief in a line that grants rights and status and love and empathy and resources and life, and the other half below this line of the human. So that's kind of a model that is borrowed from Frantz Fanon. And below the line of the human, it's the justification for exploitation, for killing, for separation, for dispossession, and violence, right? And so this line of the human rests on the idea that there is a hierarchy of beings, right? And that everything that is not considered human can be exploited and killed. And violence can be applied to that person or to that being. And so, and because the line of the human has constantly been shifted instead of being destroyed entirely, we're in a situation where people are granted more rights, but that this line continues to exist. So in a situation, if I take the example of the Jews very specifically, the Jews were placed under the line of the human because they've been dehumanized by anti-Semitism, by scientific racism. And after the war, there has been a gradual assimilation to whiteness and thus to humanity, right? So the line of the human has been shifted upwards, and Jewish people have been assimilated to that line of the human. If we want to destroy white supremacy at its core, it is essential that we destroy the line of the human and that we do not grant rights or access to resources and respect and the right to live according to whether somebody is considered human or not. And if we do that, it's not only white supremacy that we would smash, but it's also the separation between nature and humans, between animals and humans, and it would sweep away the basis for the climate crisis that we're currently living, right? So that's why, for me, a truly intersectional approach to white supremacy and to the topics that we're speaking about is really about very critically assessing whether this line of the human is something that we should entirely get rid of. Because if there's no dehumanization that is possible, if not being seen as human is not a justification for exploitation and killing, then we would be in a completely entirely new paradigm where life itself is sacred, where life itself is respected, irrespective of who, or irrespective of the person, or at least of who this life is coming through, right? Whether it be a tree, an elephant, a bird, or a human being.
Yeah, thank you. Avi, you also spoke about supremacy. In your book, you speak about Jewish supremacy and that this is the core of the systemic injustice. It's that this racial and colonial foundation of the Israeli state is Jewish supremacy. So how can this deeply ingrained supremacy and the Zionist ideology be challenged and dismantled at its core? Would you agree with Emilia's approach to white supremacy in general, or is there different tactics that are needed to dismantle this type of supremacy?
I agree with Emilia entirely. The division is between the global elites and the people, if you wish, the global north and the global south. And the global south is the majority. And the global north used to lecture to the global south about the rule of law, about human rights, about democracy, about the rule-based order, the rule-based international order. But the hypocrisy is so staggering now. After, just take one example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, all the Western powers moved immediately against Russia and condemned Russia. And then Israel invades Palestine, and all the friends say Israel has the right to self-defense. But it's not self-defense, it's something quite different, much more sinister. And you talked about dehumanization. That stems from a sense of superiority, that you are cut above the rest. And in this specific instance, there is Jewish supremacy, a sense of superiority. I experienced it as a boy of 5 when I went to Israel. We left Iraq as Jews, and we arrived in Israel as Iraqis. And I had an inferiority complex on which governed my relationship with the Israeli society because my society considered me inferior, and therefore I internalized its values. So dehumanization is a very dangerous thing. In Nazi Germany, the Jews were dehumanized and demonized, and that led to the gas chambers. That's why I'm so troubled by the dehumanization of the Palestinians today. There was a tsunami of hatred towards Palestinians after the 7th of October. Why did this happen? One answer is because of the horrific attack on the Jews, or on the Israelis, and that's the response, an angry response and a quest for revenge. I think this is an unsatisfactory and inadequate explanation. I think the real explanation is that there was underlying, long before the 7th of October, there was so much hatred, so much hostility towards Palestinians, and not just hatred, but contempt for them, despising them, regarding them as subhuman. And all this had a free rein because of the Hamas attack. And the dehumanization is not only of the people in Gaza, it extends to the whole of the Palestinian people. So first, Hamas was regarded as terrorist and demonized. Second, all the people of Gaza were. And then all of Palestinians, wherever they are. In my book, there are 6 pages of genocidal statements by Israeli leaders. 6 pages of genocidal statements. And these are not marginal figures, that are not right-wing lunatics. They are the rulers of Israel, starting with the president, Herzog, who said there are no innocent people in Gaza. So 20,000 children who were killed were not innocent. 67,000 people were killed in Gaza. 2/3 are children and women, but they are not innocent. So this is labeling a whole nation as terrorists, and increasingly Israelis use the term Nazis. And now they're saying all Palestinians are Nazis, and I could go on, but the point is clear, and I give the evidence that Israelis regard Palestinians as inferior, not worthy of any rights or of human rights, and deserving everything that is coming to them. So dehumanizing the other is the most dangerous phenomenon in international conflicts.
And you also mentioned the blatant hypocrisy between how people are looking towards Ukraine versus how people are looking towards Palestine. And what we also see now is this rise of white feminism and siloed activism. So people focus specifically on gender or climate without addressing the broader colonial context. So I wanted to point this question to you, Emilia. To what extent do you think this is very performative and directly hinders any liberation movement?
Yeah, so speaking about the rise of white feminism, especially here in Germany, it has been a bit of a shock, I have to say. Not that I should have been surprised, but I have been surprised by the extent of it and how close it was to me. And that there was no buffer of being able to look at it from a distance. And this realization, yeah, again, it's like a veil of illusion that has been shifted from German society, realizing to what extent racism is deeply, deeply entrenched in all areas of German culture, society, politics. Yeah, and what I see as well, so it reminds me, because we've been speaking a lot about children and women in Gaza, and for example, seeing it as I think as a feminist issue is also recognizing that the dehumanization of the Palestinian people also is enacted through this separation between the real innocent people and the others who can be always put under the test, and where there can always be a sort of Verdacht, suspicion, thank you, suspicion towards Palestinian men, and the lack of empathy that has been expressed towards Palestinian men as if they didn't exist, and that as if the number of deaths of Palestinian men was not really relevant to the discourse. And I think it just also really re-emphasizes how the figure of the threatening, violent Arab man in relation as well, I think it's so important to mention that, to white feminine white feminine bodies is being reenacted by this, and especially by white feminists, also during right in the aftermath of October 7th, when a lot of white feminists got mobilized about the rape, the alleged rape of Israeli women by Hamas, and to what extent the gendered violence and the sexual violence inflicted on Palestinians, including on Palestinian men, has been a non-issue in white feminist circles. And yeah, so that's the first aspect. And then when it comes to climate justice, I think luckily we have a person that has embodied the intersectionality of all those struggles, namely Greta Thunberg, who has really shown that there will be no climate justice without anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism and anti-racism. In Germany, it has been very different. We have seen that the so-called climate, I don't want to call it a climate justice movement, so that the so-called climate justice movement has been very effective at excluding Palestine from its considerations and at creating a discourse of at best neutrality and at worst really pro-Zionist discourse that has been highly hostile towards Muslim populations, but also Palestinians, and also as a whole, and this is where I want to emphasize that, as a whole, anti-racist groups that are BIPOC, that are not white. So the backlash after 7th of October has been very, very clear that there has been a conflation between, there was a tweet, and I can't remember who that was, I think but a prominent conservative figure, prominent conservative populistic right-wing figure in the US that said, okay, that's it, we need to conflate Hamas, Black Lives Matter, and all the woke movements in order to make them political untouchables. And this is really what happened, and we have seen that in the search for power, I spoke about it in my presentation, that in supremacist societies, being a patriarchal or white supremacist society, the pull to want to access the superior norm and to want to access the privileges that are afforded to the superior norm by being them is very clearly seen in white feminist circles, where white feminists will more readily side with the oppressors. They will more readily side with whiteness rather than extending their solidarity to people of color, to Muslim people, and to other oppressed groups. So that's why, like, I think the figure of the white feminist in this sense has been very interesting to analyze and to see how whiteness can be leveraged to access more power and how it can be mobilized against racialized minorities.
Yeah. I wanted to move the conversation towards pathways to liberation. And the last time that Ilan Pape was here in May, we discussed two competing alliances. On one hand side, we have global Palestine, and on the other hand side, we have global Israel. And global Israel is backed by powerful governments, corporations, and imperial interests. And global Palestine emerges from below, driven by grassroots movements, civil society, and ordinary people. So around the world, people are really recognizing the parallels between their struggles and Palestine. Indigenous people, for instance, people in the climate movements, as you're discussing, all of a sudden, people are understanding that our struggles are interconnected. So I wanted to ask you, Emilia, how can we harvest this momentum and this awakening that people are having to ensure that we connect our struggles even closer for liberation?
Well, I think it is happening. It is happening, and we see, and what is driving this, I think, is a collective anger, which is nothing less than actually love, right? So the anger that we're feeling is love for justice, love for oneself, for one's people, and it's the rejection of oppression, but oppression with a big O, without looking at different lines and looking at own interests in that sense. And so it gives me a lot of hope to see that, I think I'm hoping that we will see the incredible power that we have, and that the power that the global Israel and the power held by powerful governments, the power held by corporations that are interested in capital but not justice, that this will be a moment of awakening, of global awakening. And I think it is. Awakening is not just one day we wake up and then we see, but it's a process. And I think this process is already underway. And it's not just a process of coming home to justice, but also a process of coming home to ourselves and to realizing that the global governance in which we're embedded is not serving us, but that it's serving capital. And as long as the global governance system will be serving the interests of markets and capital, none of us can be free. And so it's really like a rallying call around an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist movement. And I think through the pressures are so high that we see, in fact, that the global feminist movement, I'm saying the global feminist movement as well, willingly knowing that there are so many divisions, that there are so many oppressing lines within this movement, but that we're coming to a place of realizing that the power is ours, right? So it's really about shifting this belief, because what gives so much power to states, to corporations, is us. I mean, they have a state apparatus, a very violent state apparatus of militarization, etc., that forces us to believe in them, that forces us to support them, that forces us to abide by that system. But at the same time, our collective power is so much more powerful. It's so much more expansive. It's so much more lively. It is life in itself. And we could see that these structures are eroding I truly believe that these structures are eroding. I don't believe that they will be following us in the next paradigm. And there's a saying that says, the old is dying loud, right? And the old is dying loud. This is what we're seeing. And this is what's giving me hope. And I believe in the power of these interconnected struggles. And I feel like more than ever, because of the violence that is enacted to create a backlash and to shush down this movement, it is indicative of how much power it has.
May I add a comment? Gaza has become a symbol of all anti-colonial struggles in the world, and it's a symbol. And the Palestinians are the last people to be struggling against a brutal colonial power. And because of the brutality of the Israeli occupation, there is a surge of sympathy for the Palestinians and mounting hostility towards Israel. So there is a direct link between what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank and world public opinion. But the trend is towards more and more support for the Palestinians. Nelson Mandela once said, we will not be free until Palestine is free. And people really feel that now more than ever before. But we mustn't underestimate the power of global Israel. Francesca Albanese's last report to the UN is called From the Economy of Occupation to the Economy of Genocide. And there she demonstrates how profitable the occupation has been to Israel. And in this new report, she says how many companies benefit from genocide. She names 50 companies. So global Israel is still very powerful.
Yeah. And on this point as well, on Nelson Mandela, now we saw that Nelson Mandela's grandson was on the global Sumud to Gaza and was once again held in an apartheid jail in Israel. So I think we see this full circle moment that people are still fighting together for liberation. I wanted to speak to you on one thing, Avi. In your book, you included this collection of essays, and you, throughout your life, have changed your mind a lot. You mentioned in your talk you used to be an Israeli soldier, and you believed in the mission of Israel, and since then you have changed your mind. You realize that Israel is a colonial power and a colonial project, and you are now advocating for a one-state solution and the decolonization of Israel. And in your book itself, while I was reading it, I realized that there was some repetitions between the essays. And in your epilogue, you mentioned that the reason you kept this was to stay true to the audience and show that you were reflecting on the information that you had at the time. And when you were presented with new information, you reflected on it and changed your mind. And I think that this is something that is truly missing in our society today. The ability of critical thinking and changing one's mind. So now, as we see slowly the tide shifting, as you said, more people are realizing the injustice that's happening towards Palestinians, how do you think that we can still ensure that people take responsibility for the role that they played and the damage that they incurred, that they're willing to change their mind but also take accountability that it has taken so long?
The British historian E.H. Carr, in his book, What is History, said, history is a perpetual dialogue between the historian and his sources. And this is how I operate. I keep studying, I keep coming across new evidence, and I reassess my opinions in the light of the evidence. that's a rational mode of proceeding, but not all human beings are rational. A lot of people are very dogmatic. They are fixed in their positions. Zionist supporters of Israel, their position is my country, right or wrong. Religious Jews don't need any history. They have the Bible. The Bible gave them a right over the whole of Palestine. And as a new historian, my views evolved. I didn't have one set of views which are critical of Israel. I kept doing more research and reassessing the evidence. And there used to be a continuum between Benny Morris, Ilan Pappé, and I. Benny Morris was always a Zionist, even when he was on the left. Ilan Pappé was always anti-Zionist because he regarded that Israel was a colonial creation and therefore it lacked legitimacy within any borders. It's an illegitimate entity because it's settler colonialism. And I was in the middle. I thought Israel within its pre-67 borders was legitimate, but the Israeli empire after 67 is illegitimate. But I've reassessed this position, and now I have concluded that you can't make a distinction between Israel within the six-day lines and Israel beyond, because it's one regime from the river to the sea. And a very good report is by B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights group, a couple of years ago. And in the past, all its reports were about Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. But in this report, it changed its position fundamentally. And it said you can no longer distinguish between pre-67 and post-67. It's all occupation. It's an apartheid regime, and it's Jewish supremacy. So now I've moved very close to Ilan Pappé's position. And at Oxford, I used to have many debates with my Palestinian students who always agreed with Ilan, and I would debate with them. But now I no longer debate with them because now it's plain that Israel is an apartheid state and a Jewish supremacy state.
Thank you. We will now open for questions from the audience. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and please keep it to 2 minutes so we can take as many questions as possible. Yes, here?
First of all, thank you, all the three of you. It were very informative topics, and I have a question to Professor Avi Shlaim. In your memoir, you have written, for all its sins, Israel did not commit genocide, which was 2 years ago when the book came out. Did this mean you didn't consider the Nakba, the Palestinian catastrophe, a genocide at that time?
Exactly. When I wrote that Israel was not guilty of genocide 2 years ago, I considered the Nakba as ethnic cleansing on a massive scale, 750,000 Palestinians. But they weren't killed, and they weren't exterminated. So I still define the Nakba as ethnic cleansing, and as I said, it's an ongoing process. And I regard what is happening, what has been happening in Gaza as genocide, which is different. But there is a connection between ethnic cleansing and genocide. The initial Israeli aim in Gaza was to depopulate Gaza, to drive 2.3 million Gazans to northern Sinai. And there was a government plan for doing that. But Egyptian opposition stopped Israel from doing that. So they moved to the next step, which is exterminating the people. So this is genocide, 48 was not.
Hello, thank you. I want to ask both first about the denial of the Israeli society of what's happening. And I was wondering if it's related to that many adult Israelis serve in the army, and maybe it comes to them that they have to face actually their part in this genocide. Either them or their brothers or their fathers or their, so I'm wondering if this have a role in this denial. And I would like to ask also another question. It's about, like, Emilia, what you said about how Zionism transformed the image of the weak Jew to the strong masculine Jew, and how when they became, like being here in Germany, it seems like for me how when they became part of the colonial West, like part of this society, they got accepted by the Germans. And we see now in Germany they're transferring like their racism to other group of people, either migrant people of color, and also the oppression we see against Palestinian solidarity in Germany. Like how, and for me, it's like how Germany actually did not really tackle the racism from the society. They just only transform it from one group to another group. Thank you.
Netanyahu embodies the worst aspects of Zionism. And in the war in Gaza, he has overplayed his hand in using the Israeli army for 2 years to keep destroying Gaza and to kill people there. And the Israeli army is very tired, and reservists have had to spend long periods in Gaza, and there are obviously manifestations of viciousness by Israeli soldiers. But the army and the army leaders are angry with Netanyahu for giving them, especially the order recently, to destroy the whole of Gaza City, because they don't see they're an army, and this war has been a strategic disaster for Israel. Israel isn't achieving anything, and in the process, it's destroyed what was left of its international reputation. So it'd be wrong to conflate the Israeli army today with Netanyahu, who is much more extreme and much more vicious.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. This is exactly what's happening. So Germany has never come to terms with its racism, nor has it ever denazified. And I think these are two myths that need to be debunked constantly, because there's the idea that Germany is a completely new country, that everything that happened before 1945 belongs to a distant era, and that all the people who did this have nothing to do with today's society, and we can see that this is not the case. So where did all the racism go? Where did all the anti-Semitism go? And so there has been a period of time, especially until the 2000s, 2010s, where Germany hasn't grappled at all with racism by conveniently pushing it on the NPD, the neo-Nazis, the fringe groups, on the margins of German society, by preventing any collective reckoning with this issue at large. And so what we're seeing here, and I wish Germans would be able to see the parallels of how Muslims are being treated in Germany today in comparison to how Jewish people were being treated in the Third Reich, for sure.
As we're over time already, we'll have one more question from the audience and then conclude.
I have one question to Professor Avi. You have told us so eloquently and impressively about your roots as an Iraqi Jew. I wonder, why is your voice so unique? There are so many Iraqi Jews in Israel. I can think of one other very impressive Jewish Iraqi voice of Sami Michael, who, by the way, also didn't find a German publisher for his most important political book, for Yonim Betrafalgar. But why are there so few voices like yours in the Arab Jewish, Mizrahi Jewish community in Israel?
Probably because I left Israel. And I developed my critical perspectives on Israel only after I left the country and had some perspective. But 125,000 Iraqi Jews ended up in Israel, and they don't share my views. And what is even worse is that they vote for nationalist parties, for the parties of the right. And had it not been for the vote of the Mizrahi Jews, the Jews from Arab countries, the Likud wouldn't be in power for the last 25 years. It's the Oriental communities who maintained Ashkenazi supremacy in Israel. So the real question is not why do other Iraqi Jews not share my views about Israel. The real question is why do poor Orientals in Israel vote for a neo-conservative party which has nothing to offer, no social justice, no economic opportunity, no equality. And the answer to that is that they are a marginal group, and marginal groups sometimes exaggerate their patriotism and their loyalty in order to establish their position in society. So the Oriental Jews vote for nationalist parties in order to establish their credentials as good Israelis. You mentioned Sami Michael, who was a friend of mine, and he belonged to the Communist Party in Iraq. And when he went to Israel, he joined the Communist Party in Haifa. But he was not really an anti-Zionist. He was a critic of Israel. He was left-wing. He believed in cooperation between Oriental Jews and the Palestinians. He saw parallels between our history and their history. And this parallel is very important. And Ella Shohat, who is another Iraqi Jew who does share my views, she doesn't just share my views. For me, she's a hero, an inspiration. The concept of an Arab Jew is pivotal in her work. So she influenced my thinking about this whole issue. And the parallel is that the Palestinians were displaced from their land in 1948. And we, Iraqi Jews, we were uprooted from our homeland and brought to Israel and treated as second-class citizens like the Palestinian citizens of Israel. So we have parallel histories which could be a basis for cooperation between Oriental Jews and Palestinians in Israel. But it hasn't happened, and it's unlikely to happen. I have a Druze friend. I spent a whole day talking to him the other day, and I said to him, why the Palestinian citizens of Israel are 20% of the population? Why don't they get their act together, have one political party, and have 25 seats in the Knesset? And he said to me, even if they succeeded in that, even if they had 25 seats in the Knesset, their political weight would be zero, because Israel is a Jewish state and there is no room for Arabs in this state.
Thank you again very much, Avi Shlaim and Emilia Roig, for your valuable insights today. I will conclude with a speech, Avi, that you included in your book by Palestinian pastor Munzer Isaac on Christmas Day in Bethlehem. Gaza, as we know it, no longer exists. This is annihilation, this is genocide. We will rise, we will stand again from the rubble as we always have. He urges us to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide? Let us keep Gaza at the center of everything we do. Resistance does not end with a ceasefire. After 76 years of oppression, we must ask ourselves every day, not what did we achieve yesterday, but did we do enough yesterday? Let us keep resisting together until Palestine is free. Thank you very much.
Einmal für Jonas,
Lara, seid ihr fertig?
Ja.
Sehr gut, okay. Dann bedanke ich mich.
Vielen Dank.
Dann machen wir vielleicht Signature und das mit.
Ja, Emilia muss los.
Du musst jetzt gehen, oder?
Ich muss.
So, ich wollte euch danken, dass ihr hier wart und ich hoffe, dass wir uns nochmal vielleicht im Laufe der kommenden Monate sehen. Okay, danke schön, dass ihr alle gekommen seid. Danke und vielen Dank auch nochmal an Avi Shlaim und Emilia Roig und an Lara. Danke, Lara. سحر ممكن تعملي لنا